Let's go, Dolphin. How you doing? Oh, that's cool. I like that. Did you spend money on that? Wait, you spent money on this? How much is it? I appreciate the 10 bits. Thank you. The 20. I can't read.
Cheer one, 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 cheer one. Dolphin fan for life cheered 20 bits.
How you doing today? I'm just letting people know that I'm live. I don't know why. Kind of cringe.
Dolphin fan for life rated your channel with 5 viewers.
I appreciate the raid. Hello everybody, welcome in. We are playing more of Ghost of Tsushima. How was your stream? Can you hear me properly? Where were we? Oh, okay. Where are you? Good brother, a lot of crews showed up for me. That's what I'm talking about. That's good. You just gotta keep it rolling now. I need to talk to you. That's good. Was stream fun? I did pop in for a bit. It does buffer today. I'm glad your stream was great. That is all that matters. You just gotta keep it up. Anytime, bro. You don't have to mention it. Here to help. I just wish I can just give back more, but that will soon to come. This next Twitch check is going to be pretty nice. I hope. So, what's up, Jesus? Appreciate that. Thank you. You working? I'm assuming you're working. Oh, you have to bed already? What's it? You said you are 6 hours just ahead. Oh, it's 9 p.m. already. Damn. I wouldn't know how to adjust that time. That is major lag. That is major lag. Definitely. Appreciate another 20 bits. I just needed to talk to him. Where the fuck
cheer
did you go?
one cheer one cheer one cheer one cheer one cheer one cheer one
I
cheer
wasn't
one
paying
cheer
attention
one
and now I
cheer
lost
one
it.
cheer one 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 cheer
Fuck, where did
one
you go?
cheer one.
Shit.
Dolphin fan 4 life cheered 20 bits.
Appreciate you, Jesus. Jesus. And I hope you have a good sleep and a great afternoon shift, morning. It's crazy because I just got a phone call from the program that I went to, and they are finally getting me jobs. So, but might not be jobs that I want, but still, job's a job. You know what I mean? W streamer here, guys. Why are you spending money on highlight? Don't waste your bits on highlight. That's just a waste of money. Don't waste your bits on highlight. That shit really makes no sense to me. It is like what I just got called like around like 3 o'clock, and there's a job, but one of them is in Brooklyn, which is too far. I'm I'm not traveling that far. And there's one that is not that far, but like I don't know if I want it, but like I kind of need it, but like at the same time, I just want to do this every day, you know. But there's just a balance to everything, so get the job till you find. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. That's very true. I just don't want to get. What's the word? I just don't want to get stuck. You know? Oh, are you supposed to kill them? Oh no, we just walking. I kind of wasn't paying attention. People, people want to hire hard workers. You will find more jobs while being. I'm in a job. That's true. Yeah, you're not wrong. That makes sense. I agree with that. Bitch, burn. I can talk while still kicking ass. Oh, Kenji has died. I didn't know I had to protect him. I forgot he was a pussy bitch. Also get paid. Money is king. Anyway, appreciate you. Good night, and you're not wrong. Where did Kenji even go? Oh, he's right there. Kenji, shut up. Shut up. Oh. Oh. Ah, you slut. No. Get away. God, I love that move so much. Caught you before you can catch me. Caught him. There's a. Where the fuck is Kenji? Caught him! While you was moving, come on! I need to go shoot archery, bro. I feel like I would be gangster at it. I feel like I would be like a sniper with that shit. It's coming out of the other speaker. It's coming out of the other. I was doing something the other day and I forgot. Because it does have a shirt on. Kenji, Kenji, Kenji. You are you are a piece of work. You are a piece of work. I fixed the volume. Alright, next tales. Who should we do next? She has a lot. How much does she? Just 3 more. She doesn't come up for a while. Who's the fool? Bad travel. Sorry, my boy. I love my horse. He's amazing. He's my best friend. And we are dripped out. Oh, I can't cross the water. Oh no, I can't. Nope, no, I'm not doing this. I forgot. We're not doing that yet. Ugh. English. We're not doing that yet. Let's do the birth of suffering. Where's that? Oh, that is. Came across, no, he came across that.
Fighting at Kushidara Temple. The monks are in danger.
Fuck that man, Salah. Thanks, horse. I'm coming! Oh, that was fair. I lost my blood loss. That's great. That also get hit. I hate fighting this dude. I really hate fighting him. He's annoying. Nice. Honestly, was not expecting to do that.
Bastards! How dare they? My lord, look what they've done! Kushidera Temple deserves reverence, not bloodshed. Centuries of wisdom lie within those walls, and the Mongols were ready to torch it all to the ground. They attacked for a reason. The temple gives people hope. The abbot's been telling people to pray for a great storm to wash the invaders from our home. Now the abbot's missing, and the brutes stole the most sacred relic in Toyotama, a statue of Buddha carved at the temple's founding. My brother would have recovered them. He would have given these monks hope before they ran for the hills.
And we honor his memory and restore the temple.
The Mongols stole the statue of Buddha from the main hall.
And the abbot?
He and his closest followers fled. I'm hoping they found shelter.
We gotta go save the children and the parents. But like, who really cares? Who really cares about the parents?
I'll see.
What are you gonna say? I'm sorry.
I hope Abbot Kome is safe.
The abbot is from Cedar Temple. Why did he come here?
To help resist the Mongols in Toyotama. But when they attacked, he escaped.
The battle was chaotic. Might be difficult to track them.
There's a farm nearby that supports the temple.
We'll start there.
Pause on it.
Too many have lost their homes.
I was there.
Damn.
The Mongols had taken it over, but I put an end to that.
Then the abbot must have found shelter. This reminds me of another time Abbot Kome went missing. The temple was divided by a feud between our senior monks.
What were they fighting about?
I don't remember, but it seemed important at the time. The abbot disappeared for a week. We dropped everything to look for him.
What happened to him?
He hid from us on purpose. And we stopped fighting in order to find him.
That's the kind of lesson that.
Didn't that just make things worse?
He got us to see that our fight was less important than we realized.
He could have just told you that.
The abbot likes to say that when people don't listen, he talks with actions.
I'm assuming across the bridge.
The abbot is the only one holding Kushidera Temple together. If something happens to him, the monks will abandon Kushi.
I'm sure we'll find Abbot Kome there. Fire!
Coming from the farm.
God, I'm so good. That was so clean. I don't know why I ran around the house, but I did. Where's the fire? I'm just running through the room on the horse. All right. I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, well, it's the fast way to get up there. But yeah, how'd that go from 90 to 180? I feel like there's a different way up there that I just completely passed. Alright? D, it's right there. I was doing so much extra work.
He's dead. Burned alive.
Norio,
We have to know for sure.
is it the abbot?
Bastards love their fire, don't they? He's not the abbot. Just one of his followers.
Keep searching.
Never mind.
Water barrels. Tipped over. Straw bedding. Damn.
Could the abbot have saved himself?
I don't know.
He protected himself with wet bedding. Escaped out the back.
Maybe he survived.
Whoever survived the fire went this way.
Then there's still hope.
Follow the footprints, follow the footprints.
Footprints are heavier, farther apart.
He was running.
Full fight!
I didn't even see him. Is there only one person? It is only one
What was
person.
he looking at?
I'm never going the right direction. I'm gonna hide behind this. Not this one. Pick that. Oh, I can't put it.
They were searching near the waterfall's edge.
I'll rescue the arrow. Okay. Is that the house? Fuck is that rescue? I'm not Batman, bitch. That's not around. That's the wrong button. That's also the wrong. Jesus. Nope. 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 Can't tell by this. I don't know what I'm looking for. I found it.
More blood. He jumped down.
No fear. Let's get the water from there.
Wow, what? Is that a cave?
No. Is he?
I'm sorry, Ariel.
Without his leadership, the monks will leave. And the temple will fall. The Mongols won.
What's that next to him?
A Lotus Sutra. Written in the abbot's blood. His final act.
Like a samurai's death poem.
The point of this sutra is that we can all be Buddhas. From the lowest peasant to the greatest noble.
Written with his dying breath.
Not for himself, but for those he left behind.
Show the sutra to the monks. If they see the abbot's devotion, they might stay.
And this is the sutra the abbot wrote in his own blood. A final act of devotion. A call to stand up to cruelty. A call to stay and not surrender.
We will honor the abbot's sacrifice, Norio.
We must not let Kushi Temple fall.
Enjo the Guardian saved us once. Now his brother and Lord Sakai have saved us again.
And together we can defeat the Mongols.
Charm of resistance.
Now we need to find the statue of Buddha.
Greetings. Or do it's different monks? No, it's the same one. No? Alright, no, it's the same monk. Oh, it's not. It's a different person.
Why would they take him?
The statue is here.
Yes, my lord. The Mongols stole our sacred Buddha and rode off toward the coast.
We'll return the statue and save this temple.
Not even your brother could keep that promise, Norio.
What was that about?
My brother fell to a Mongol blade. Enjo the Guardian dies, and these monks are willing to give up everything. They're cowards.
They're people.
Enjo feared nothing. He wasn't even 20 when he saved this temple from bandits.
Now it's up to us.
We need to find the Buddha and return it to the temple.
The monk said they took it toward the coast. We can pick up their trail. You're angry.
How can you tell?
You're not talking.
It's that monk. He doesn't know the whole story about my brother saving Kushidera.
I heard Enjo acted alone.
That's the legend. In reality, he ordered 3 of his bravest monks to challenge the bandits.
A distraction.
A sacrifice. They died in battle, but only after giving Enjo enough time to flank the bandits and save the temple.
I just stepped on her whole body. I just broke her legs.
What happened?
I was following the Mongols to beg them to give back our Buddha
Where did they go?
out of the forest to the hills.
May your next life be more peaceful than this one. He gave his life for his temple, like my brother.
You will do the same.
I'm following you, bro. Okay, guess not. She looked like she was running from this way. Oh, alright, I'm wrong.
Let's go, son.
I love that I can't see anything in the rain. Can't see shit in the rain. I didn't even realize I went up that far. What's up, guys? How you doing? Well, I don't know what I'm looking for, dude. Well, Aaron, I agree. Just don't waste money on highlight. It's wasteful, really. Not much, man, on the way home. From work or what? Bike ride? I'm assuming bike ride. I need the sun.
A Mongol camp.
The statue must be there.
First, we punish them for attacking the temple.
Blind as a bat. I had bloodlust and I fucked it up. I had bloodlust and I fucked it up. What's the people with arrows? Just been out. Oh, what were you doing? Anything fun? Or was you just walking around town and shit? Okay, that was kind of a bad fall, but fuck it.
for the statue.
Still grinding this game. Yep. How's your day been? My day been good. Getting clothes for the birthday. Some new tees? Oh. Who birthday? If you don't mind me asking. Is there stuff I can take? Find the statue of the Buddha. Buddha, 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 Buddha.
Something heavy. Dragged this way.
Over by the water.
There's nothing else. It's not the water. Where's the water? Where?
There it is! Carved from a star that fell
I'm not
from
good
the
at video
heavens
games.
centuries
I just
ago.
be running around half the time.
Beautiful.
There's nothing else like it on the island. Let's get it back to the temple.
Enjo became the guardian when bandits attacked the temple. They came for this statue.
It's priceless. Probably survived many such attempts.
How many more people have to die protecting it?
You want to let it be stolen?
No. But the temple is filled with treasures. It provokes greed and envy.
Lord Shimura brought me to see it when I was a boy. I was sure the sculptor must have met the Buddha in person.
When I was a boy, my family traveled here to make an offering for the new year. That's when Enjo and I decided to become monks. I used to know what I fought for.
We fight for a home.
Maybe so.
The cause of suffering. I have 11, 12 upgrade points and I'm not going to use them. Got 2 more to go. More supplies. Where you rocking to, bro?
My lord!
Norio, have you spoken with the monks?
Their resolve is growing, but they still fear the Mongols.
As they should. Where is everyone?
At the river, bathing, washing clothes. Who's that coming to the temple? Look, a Mongol who wants to die.
He's alone. See what he wants first.
The Ghost, and the brother of the Guardian. I have a message for you.
Speak.
The Ghost and the monks have defied the Khan's will. Surrender, and we spare this place. Refuse, and all will burn.
We will never surrender.
Then you will die.
Oh, I would not have let him blow the horn. Oh, shit.
The monks by the river. They don't have time to reach shelter.
Then we'll be their shelter.
I can't. The Buddha, the Abbot's Sutra.
Are they worth more than the monks' lives? I can't save them alone.
Centuries of learning reside in this temple. I can't let it burn.
But you'll let the monks burn.
I will die for this temple. Do what you have to.
We'll die for the temple, but not the people that lives in the temple?
Then stay
What the
here.
fuck?
I'll find the monks at the river and bring them back.
That's crazy. I get out of here? Loaded. Can't see anything. It's so realistic. I did turn the brightness down on my computer.
Mongols coming! Get away from the river!
Oh shit. I do this by myself. It's not full. Oh. Oh man, I'm scared. I hate the dude with the ox, bro. He's annoying. I can't stand it. Those swings are crazy. Oh, now you wanna fight?
Norio, send these Mongols back across the river.
Bro, I'm blocking. How did I get hit across it? That's not fair. I hit the wrong person, and that's crazy. That was a bad fight. I fucked up every move I wanted to do. That was just terrible.
Norio, what are you doing? The temple's undefended.
Temples can be rebuilt.
I was blocking the
Lives
blocks
can't.
where the blocks didn't go
We'll
through.
defend the monks at the pagoda.
Lead the way.
All of you, come with us.
That was just a sad fight. Fuck is my horse? Alright, I can't use the horse, I guess. Oh. Where are you going? Back to the temple. At least we didn't lose. Oh, we gotta take care of the boat people. What the? Yo, the things that we get hit by is ridiculous. the? Bro, I was doing the fuck. I hate this dude, bro.
Lord Sakai, I need your blade!
I came to Bloodlust probably like 5 times. I lost it
They won't be eager
all
to
5
return.
times.
The monks will never forget what you did for them.
I didn't fight alone, Norio.
No, but if I had not listened to you, many more would be dead.
What will you do now?
I'm worried about the monks in Akashima. I came here first. I hope that wasn't a mistake.
Go to them. I'll join you there.
Let's check the temple grounds.
Is there anything I can pick up?
The Buddha. My brother earned the name Guardian when he saved this temple.
I wish we could have saved the statue.
The statue's final lesson. Save what we can, but know that everything passes away.
It's a worse statue when it's broken, but a better teacher.
Was that his last one? I think there's a new one now. Ooh, that's deep.
Norio's here. No sign of any other monks though.
Care for the injured as best you can. I'll find Hochi and the other monks and return them safely.
There is no substitute for a great
Invaders
bow.
won't stop our work here.
Lord Sakai,
Lord Sakai,
Norio, where are the monks from your temple?
Hochi and his followers came down from Cedar Temple to train healers in the village. Mongols kidnapped them.
They took nothing else?
Hochi went peacefully, so they spared the village.
Slaughter those who resist. Reward submission. Khotun's favorite tactic.
He should not have gone along with them.
He gave himself up for the village.
The Mongols will be back. All he did was delay the end.
Then it's a good thing you and I are here. Any idea where they went?
They rode out past the tea fields.
Let's pick up their trail.
First they target the abbot and Kushi. Now they capture Hochi and his people.
The warrior monks of Cedar Temple are known for courage. The Mongols are right to see you as a threat.
Start running, walking, riding a horse.
They came this way, past the tea fields.
Look for tracks.
I knew there was something. Got it? Not this way. It's over there. Did you find anything? He ran that way, so I'm assuming he thought he found something. You gotta look for the tracks of the Mongol.
Tracks here. They went toward the swamp. Come. It sounds like you and Hochi have a history.
Hochi always complained that my brother was too eager to fight.
Was your brother violent?
No, but he was always fearless. When I was a child, the older boys in my village bullied me.
That must have been a long time ago.
Many meals ago. One time, the boys stuffed me in a millet sack and tried to hang me from a tree.
That's
pretended to be
crazy.
a demon lurking in the branches. They never bothered me again.
Bravery takes many forms.
Hochi thinks warrior monks are driven by anger and hate. But when I swing my naginata, I sacrifice the few to save the many. And I do it without hatred.
I was running that way, you doofus. I was running that way. There was no need for me to return. I don't want to run when we clearly have horses. I have this done to me, I feel it. I have one more island to go through. I still have one more island.
In the middle.
But let's see. I appreciate the positivity. But let's see what happens. That was a clip right there, by the way.
You'll be free soon.
Are you the samurai who rose from the dead?
Is Hochi with you?
Hochi? No. But one of us broke loose. The invaders chased after him. They'll be back any moment.
Road Sakai! Mongols up the road!
Norio? You're alive!
Stay back, all of you.
my friend. Oops.
Is anyone hurt?
We're all right, my lord.
Where's Hochi?
A different group took him. Norio. They knew Hochi's name. And they mentioned Cedar Temple.
Lord Sakai. Why would they separate Hochi from the rest?
He's the most skilled healer. They might have plans for him.
He also likes to argue.
You think he angered them?
Knowing Hochi? Yes.
Don't jump to conclusions. First, we need to track him down.
Give me time to figure out where the Mongols took him.
I'll meet you at Akashima village. We'll find him, Norio.
It takes too long to pass. 3 actions. 3 illusions. Yeah, anything cool? Fast travel. Talk to Nero. I don't know how to pronounce his name.
Lord Sakai. Thank you again.
I don't know what I did, but you're welcome.
Shino, you made it here safely.
There were no demons on the road, kappa or otherwise. My aunt's teaching
Oh,
me
I
to
remember
treat the
you.
wounded.
Your father would be proud.
I remember her.
Does your bow need work, my lord?
Lord Sakai.
Norio,
Nero.
We've all been worried about Hochi. They need a break.
such moments are rare these days.
I used to be like them.
I'm not the same man I was the night before Komoda.
How bad was it?
Komoda? Bad. We lost everyone. The beach was soaked with so much blood, it was like paste. Be grateful you didn't see it.
We rode south all day into the night. A bad storm slowed us to a crawl. Stopped at a farm to sleep a few hours. I woke to screams. The main house on fire. Mongol raiders. They took us to Kaneda in chains. After that, I wish I had died fighting. I think I know where they took Hochi.
You want to go now?
Yes.
This game's characters are a 10 out of 10. Besides Kenji, Kenji's fucking annoying. Everybody else is pretty awesome. Kenji,
Where are we headed?
A camp.
50-50.
Mongol
50-50
ships stopped
in
there for
country.
supplies and prisoners on the way north.
If they put him out to sea, we'll lose him.
Lord Sakai, when this is all over, what will you do?
I don't know. It feels impossible to go home and pick up where
I didn't even
left
see
off.
the other. Didn't even get to see the
Most of my
didn't
life,
even
my
get
course was
to
clear.
see what B
Follow the
was
Eightfold
because I
Path.
just pressed
Raise a
the
family. Serve Cedar
first
Temple.
one.
You can still
Very
do those
quick.
things.
I joined the temple because of my brother. And I always imagined my children and Enjo's children growing up together. Our wives would be friends.
The Mongols haven't taken everything, Norio. One day they'll be gone. And you'll still have a life to lead.
But I don't feel it's mine alone. I have to live for Enjo and the other monks who died. Do you ever feel that way about the samurai of Komoda? Like you owe them a debt?
Sometimes. Like my life has to count for 100 samurai.
But that doesn't feel possible.
Maybe that's the point.
Life before the invasion feels like it happened to someone else. Or like childhood.
Maybe 20 years from now, you'll look back on this moment the same way.
Lord Sakai, I told you Hochi strongly opposes violence, right?
You said he disagreed with the warrior monks.
He hates all weapons, including yours and mine.
He can lecture me all he likes once he's safe in Akashima village.
Oh, we have to go to space? We can't go any faster? That's fun. I really enjoy that. Okay, thank you.
We're getting close to the camp.
Send your best
Momoka,
warrior.
run him down.
I need to get a good look at the whole camp.
What about that granary?
Good.
I like how they all drop at the same time. Oh, oh shit. That was funny.
We have to find Hochi.
The Mongols are holding someone there.
Hochi. Has to be.
If I go alone, I can reach him without the Mongols knowing. A Mongol signal cannon.
I could set it off. Draw their attention.
While I get Hochi out.
Or our third option, we could just massacre all of
After
them.
I find Hochi, we'll meet there.
Don't wait for me if I'm late. Get Hochi back to the village. I can handle myself. I'll meet you both back in Akashima village.
Set
I
off the
believe in
signal
him.
cannon. I'll get Hochi.
Take refuge in Amida Buddha, my lord.
He's facing. Nice. He's facing towards me. No,
Good work, my friend. That should send the Mongols running.
What's happening? Who are you?
A friend. We need to go.
I can't leave. The Mongols are returning me to see the temple. The people there need healers, badly.
There's no time for this.
I'm sorry, but I must remain here.
Jin! Hochi! Norio? What are you doing here? The alarms are already party nearby. They're almost on us.
Damn it. Stay back, Kochi. We won't let them near you. Norio, ready your blade.
ugh. Gotta fight again. How do you do the blood loss? I was doing it. Stop running, you bitch! Fucking pussy. Okay, I was literally pressing RB, but whatever. I got no words, bro. I was just crazy. God, I hate you. I lost my blood loss? I forgot how to activate it.
Everyone's
I had
gone.
it and then I
It's
lost
just
it
me now.
again.
I'm sorry.
Unacceptable, man.
Wish we could
Unacceptable.
end this bloodshed. The Mongols were searching for me. I gave myself up to save lives.
How did they know where to find you?
They knew I was at Akashima, and they wanted to return me to see the temple. They need a healer,
You're willing to treat the enemy's wounded?
Mongol or Japanese. We all suffer.
Some deserve it.
But this means... Has Cedar Temple fallen?
I don't know.
Norio, take Kochi back to the village before reinforcements arrive.
They will seek revenge.
I'll meet you there to plan a defense.
right to prevent more suffering.
If you kill these raiders, others will retaliate.
Lord Sakai,
What's the problem?
Mongols are gathering nearby, preparing to strike.
We should evacuate to Castle Canada.
Evacuate and the Mongols will hunt you down. Not one of you will live to see Canada's walls.
But we won't have blood on our hands.
Go tell the village your plan for them, Hochi. I'd like to see that.
Norio, I wish you cared about the Eightfold
What's up,
Path
Sky?
more than others' opinions. First, you follow Enjo around. Now, Lord Sakai.
Thank you.
Do you ever think for yourself?
Wash my brother's name from
I don't
your
have
mouth.
that.
Enough! Norio
I
and
don't
will
even
do
know
the
how to
fighting.
even put that on.
Everyone else can.
I tried it, and I don't know how it
Refuse
works.
to fight. I don't take lives.
Don't lie.
Coward.
I can tell you. Can't you
I'll
just
set the
look
village.
yourself?
See what defensive preparations we can make quickly. Gather everyone to you. Ready them to take shelter.
It is. You've been following since June 7th, 2025.
Everyone, we need you to gather here.
One of
Bring
these
your
roof
families
vents should
quickly.
work.
Please, all of you, gather near me. Make sure everyone is here. Family, friends, neighbors.
Here, perfect.
Don't wander off.
If we flee into the swamp, people will get lost,
No need to
separated.
panic.
Easy
Gather
prey.
here. Is anyone missing?
A temple.
Keep your
People could
together.
hide there. No walls. Mongols can strike from any direction. Incense burners. Add black powder to the incense. Get the smoke nice and dense. Enough to use as cover. Norio and Hochi lead everyone to the temple. I'll deal with the Mongols here. They'll blame me, not the villagers.
My lord, we've gathered everyone.
Take them to the temple.
I won't let you fight alone.
If the Mongols go to the temple, who will protect these people?
I'll do as you ask.
Keep your naginata ready. I'll owe you a jar of sake for putting up with Hochi.
Everyone, Mongols are on the way. Follow me to the temple. The invaders will face the wrath of a samurai.
Please, everyone, do as Norio says. We'll take shelter at the temple.
Quickly, everyone get to the temple.
It's a very wide turn I just did.
Need to find a place at the edge of town to wait. I can hide in the granary. They're here. Now to light the incense burners. I hope the Mongols like smoke.
rooftop. I feel like that would be more fun. Can't get on that rooftop.
야만의 법사 들치면 스름스테와 나라
You lose it from getting hit by a bomb too? That's crazy. Which way is the temple?
노리오! 저 사다이!
What happened, Norio?
I was fighting. A Mongol snuck up behind me. Hochi threw himself at a blow meant for me.
You're both braver than many samurai I've known.
I didn't know he was behind me until I heard him cry out. By the time I turned around, he was dead.
It's not your fault. Norio?
Every time they lifted the cover on the pit, the daylight would blind us. This time, one of them stank like sake. I felt their hands pull me up, but my brother threw himself at them. He was starving, wounded, but he fought them. He fought them so hard.
Norio, you don't have to.
Yes, I do. They gave up on me and took Angel. They took my brother. Everyone who rode south from Cedar Temple. All gone. Except me. They deserve to live. I'm the one who should be dead.
I thought the same thing after Komoda. Many times. I don't know why we survived, Norio. But we did. And these people are counting on us. We're all they have. The people of Akashima are alive because of you. Don't forget that. Because they won't. We need to find out what's going on at Cedar Temple. The refugee camp. Sensei Ishikawa said he'd meet me here. He is not here. Maybe someone has seen him.
I only saw one man die from too much sake, only because he got too close to the edge of the cliff.
I'll talk to you first.
Have you been to Umugi Cove, my lord? The place is in an uproar.
Umugi is full of criminals. Hard to believe it's not in constant chaos.
This is different. Their leader, Lady Sanjo, had something stolen. She's going to great lengths to get it back.
It must be valuable. And anything of value in Umugi is suspicious.
Mongols couldn't hold Castle Canada. Maybe they can't hold out. Island.
I'm looking for a samurai, an archer.
The sensei headed toward the coast. He said you should catch up with him to join the hunt. And you'd know what that meant.
Dreams of conquest. Just follow the trail.
Sensei Ishikawa is in trouble.
I love how I missed. Completely missed.
You're wounded.
I'll survive.
You should have waited for me at the camp.
I had a lead on Tomoe. I couldn't risk losing her.
Were those her archers?
One of them shouted my name.
More on the way. Tend to your wound. I'll take them.
Not bad, Sakai.
They had you surrounded.
Tomoe taught them well.
That's not why they outmaneuvered you.
If you have an insight, share it.
You didn't notice them because you were too focused on finding Tomoe.
Even I make mistakes, Sakai.
No, you don't. Except with her.
We should get moving.
Was that a crush? A flame that kindled down and he still has feelings? Or like what's up?
Archers, for the most part.
Like why is he so focused on this woman?
She won their trust.
She's a useful tool to divide and conquer, for now.
Tomoe betrayed you before she sided with the Mongols. But you never told me exactly what happened.
She used my teaching to help a band of assassins. They paid well.
It still doesn't explain why she attacked you.
Sakai, how does a samurai deal with an assassin?
You retaliated and attacked her.
I dealt with Tomoe as I would any common murderer.
She was your student.
I don't make exceptions, Sakai.
First Hironori Nagao, now Tomoe.
Don't be the next to disappoint me.
Damn.
What's that ahead?
They hunt people for sport.
Not sport. Practice.
They're ruthless.
Indulging violence weakens the warrior. Like too much food or drink.
You said Tomoe traveled to your dojo to study. What did she do before that?
Her mother belonged to a merchant family in Umugi. She never knew her father. Why do you ask?
Killing is not learned overnight, even for a prodigy with the bow.
She was born with a taste for bloodshed. More of Tomoe's work.
Their archers hunt the people of Akashima like dogs.
Tomoe and her allies are too hungry for violence. A killer masters a weapon. Samurai masters himself.
You've devoted your life to mastering the bow.
To the bow, yes. Not to killing.
Now you're splitting hairs.
I tied a wounded man to my horse with a bowstring. Used an arrowhead to cut meat when I had no knife.
You're saying a bow is more than a weapon.
And a samurai is more than a killer.
If we can't win Tomoe back, we have no choice. We have to kill her.
I trained her. I share the blame for her actions. I will end this.
You only share the blame if you encouraged her thirst for violence.
I made her my student. I should have seen the darkness in her.
You didn't see it, and that scares you.
It bothers me. We're nearly there. We'll We'll approach this like Fort Nakayama.
Observe the camp, look for weaknesses. Make a plan of attack.
That's right, Sakai. Look twice and shoot once. We will go on foot from here.
I hear them.
Definitely a camp for training archers.
Training to fight samurai.
We will give them more to learn.
Mongolian-style archery.
A hybrid. Tomoe is teaching them.
We take the camp, then find out where she is.
The moment you attack, my arrows will strike home.
Nouveau samouraï Chin Tengtoy!
How did I fuck that up? I just needed one more. I hate that I fucked that. I just needed one more kill.
You are improving. Tomoe is not here.
Let's make sure.
I don't know how I got hit this weird. I know how I just like
Japanese bows and targets.
crazy.
Delivery locations all over Toyotama.
She's setting up more training camps.
One in Otsuna, another in Kushi, and more planned. A message in Japanese.
What does it say?
Great Khan, conqueror of Tsushima. Before the year is over, your archers will know all I do about killing samurai. And I will deliver the heads of Sensei Ishikawa and Jin Sakai.
Tomoe was here. I gave her everything. And she threw it away.
She's a threat. There is only one way this ends.
I know what must be done.
Knowing and doing are different.
You are questioning whether I am samurai. Tomoe was my greatest achievement. But if I must, I will destroy her to save this island. That is my duty.
The list we found. We will use it to track down the other camps.
And we will end Tomoe's treachery. Sakai! You are a fine warrior. You could become a great leader. But do not question my integrity again.
Oh, you bastard. A horse has hops. It's a black horse. So terrible.
One of Tomoe's training camps is around here.
Ah! The coast! Don't kill me!
What's going on?
Take whatever you want.
I'm not a thief.
Everyone knows you're attacking caravans. The ghost and the demon Sensei.
Sensei Ishikawa? That's a lie.
I've heard you myself.
Heard us? When?
Not long ago. Tearing up the road like starving wolves.
How are Sensei Ishikawa and I being blamed for highway robbery? Head north. Find out who's responsible.
Look for Ishikawa north of Kawatama.
That's my son.
Hold still.
You saved Yarikawa, my lord. I'm glad you were able to heal those old wounds.
Oh.
That's my soda. Sensei!
About time you showed up.
You're welcome, Sensei.
Oh my god.
You're the ghost.
What kind of other
What happened
god?
here?
It's so sad.
was ambushed.
Lots of attacks lately. People say you're stealing supplies. Or sided with the Mongols.
Rest easy. I'll discuss this with Lord Sakai.
Tomoe is behind this.
She sows paranoia and fear. Attacking caravans, blaming us. I caught up to his group too late. Saved him, but not the others.
Where was he ambushed?
close. Why?
Find the ambush site. Track the rest of Tomoe's group to their camp.
That makes sense.
What's wrong?
Nothing. She has me off balance.
We'll put an end to that.
Rest here. Eat the food I gave you, and wait a while before you leave.
Thank you, Sensei.
Show me where he was ambushed.
How did you find me?
Someone heard a convoy being chased.
People avoid the roads because of Tomoe. When I caught wind of a merchant chancing a supply run, I followed.
Why would Tomoe attack supply runs in Kushi Prefecture? There's no strategic importance.
No. But Kushidera Temple inspires people. Could be a Mongol effort to break morale here.
You don't sound convinced.
I think that's part of it. Not all. Tomoe betrayed everything I taught her. Then she betrayed me. And after me, her home. I'll hunt her past the horizon if I must. There's the convoy.
And more victims of Tomoe. Let's see what we can learn. No other survivors.
Japanese and Mongol arrows?
Of course. It's a warning to the people of Kushi.
From Tomoe.
From Lord Sakai and Sensei Ishikawa. No travel is permitted on these roads, on pain of death.
Crude, but effective.
They took off down the road.
And we'll find them. This is the last time Tomoe and her men will ambush anyone in Kushi Prefecture. Come. Hurry! Dismount here.
I don't really use that. Can I regain some of my health? Victor. 2-9, inflict twice as much damage. Adds a 10% chance for force charge impacts to recover 3 resolve. That's actually fucking goated. That's actually very goated. Striking an enemy with force charge, the impact has a 25% chance to terrify nearby. Increase dagger damage roots from all moose stances.
Quickly. There's no time to scout the camp.
Now he's rushing in with his hakama half-tied.
Why is she here alone?
I'll cut her loose. You'll be free soon.
Oh no. No, please. No.
We're here to help.
She said.
Tomoe? What did she say?
She said I could live until the samurai king.
Oh, no. It was a setup. It was a setup. Oh my god. Dude, just fucking jump. That nigga's pissing me off.
Sakai.
Tomoe set a trap for us, and we walked right into it.
I spoke with her 2 days ago.
Tomoe?
The captive. Heard her talking about a Japanese woman she saw with the Mongols. I asked her to find out where they were camped and report back.
You did what?
It could have gone the other way. We'd be standing over Tomoe's body instead.
You talk about what it means to be a warrior, how Tomoe undermines that. But you and she are the same.
You expect us to be perfect. Your uncle, me, Masako Adachi. But only a child expects perfection of his elders.
Finish your thought, Sensei.
We all carry weapons. We all choose between life and death.
And you're too comfortable with that power.
And if I weren't, I would be dead. And so would you, Ghost.
Not everyone can be a samurai.
But we're all killers. We still have a camp in Otsuna to deal with. was the one who saw their camp.
That's right, Sensei.
Sakai.
Sensei Ishikawa, is all this Tomoe's work?
She and her Mongols have been busy. A woman here named Ran knows where to find her.
Lead the way. How does she know where Tomoe's camp is?
She stumbled on it while foraging in the woods.
She's lucky to be alive.
Everyone with her was killed. Is your name Ran?
Yes, my lords.
The Mongols who did this to you, they were led by one of our own.
Tomoe. I'll never forget that face. She used to ride with a group of thieves who lived here.
That's not possible. Tomoe is from Umugi Prefecture.
She found her way here. Her bow terrorized Utsuna for years. People used to say she could knock a falcon from the sky, blindfolded.
This camp you found, where is it?
The forest southwest of here. Between the river and the western shore.
Damn her. The lessons I taught her, the secrets I shared. All wasted. You old fool. Why did she lie to me?
Tomoe never told you any of that.
Before we fought, I offered to adopt Tomoe as my daughter. Make her samurai.
For someone like her, that's quite a change in fortune.
And I took it away.
Because she's a hired killer.
Because her sensei failed her. She fell back into the life she knew.
It's one thing to wreck your chance at a better life, but to terrorize your own people.
I am aware, Sakai.
Are you? Can I count on you to do what needs to be done?
We have a camp to find. We need to stop Tomoe before she takes more lives. Come on! The good news is Tomoe fell back to a place she knows, because she's desperate.
She has the Mongol Empire on her side.
The more we damage her efforts, the more likely the Khan withdraws his support.
We could use that to our advantage. Drive a wedge between them.
What if we did, and Tomoe abandoned the Mongol cause?
If she was willing to fight back against the Mongols, we could use that.
That would be useful, until the moment she put an arrow in your back.
The woman we spoke to said Tomoe terrorized people here. It must have been years ago. Tomoe would have been young.
In her teens, and holding her own among bandits.
Difficult for someone twice her age. And you never suspected anything.
When she began her study with me, she hid a small blade in her sleeve, and she secretly hoarded food.
I can see how you could overlook those signs.
There were others. I wanted to make her my heir so badly. I blinded myself to the truth. The camp should be nearby.
Perfect terrain for archers lying in wait.
Keep your eyes open. Dismount here. Stay low and find a good place to scout the camp. Up here.
We've seen this before.
What do you see?
And we right here? That's crazy.
These arrows.
Of course.
Bodies used for archery practice.
Tomoe's signature. Shut this camp down. Keep your eyes open for Tomoe.
Ready when you are, Sensei.
I'll stay hidden until you strike.
a failed preparation.
What?
She was seen here recently.
Look around.
Sensei, over here.
Over here, nigga? No listening no more? Huh? So you just not help?
Could be Tomoe.
The sensei and the ghost. I'm getting tired of you two.
Your archers are dead. It's over. Ambush.
Go after Tomoe. I'll hold these fools off.
Tomoe, this only ends one way.
Ha! Keep telling yourself that.
There's nowhere to go, Tomoe.
You need to work harder, Lord Sakai.
Where's she going? Tomoe!
So you're Lord Sakai, the sensei's new pet.
And you're a gifted archer who had a chance at a better life and threw it away.
Is that what he told you?
Tomoe, why are we talking?
So I can warn you to watch your back. My sensei tried to kill me. He'll try the same with you.
Thanks for the warning, but I'm here to end this.
It's already over. I have nothing. No one.
Put the bow down, Tomoe. Has she lost her mind? No sign of her. I should tell Sensei Shiko.
Yeah, she just jumped down there, huh? That's creepy.
Sakai, what happened?
Tomoe could have killed me, but she didn't.
You let her get away.
She jumped off a cliff. I saw her.
You saw what she wanted you to.
She sounded desperate.
She is, because of us.
Why does she think you'll turn on me?
She doesn't. She's trying to drive a wedge between us. And it's working.
No, it's not.
Good. But the next time you wonder if I can do what's needed, ask yourself first. Tomoe isn't finished yet. My guess is she'll go north to curry favor with the Mongols.
We'll find her.
Well, what was it?
Thanks for coming.
These are born at the Foxtrot Hut. How do I get out of this waterfall?
Slaughter those people.
What's he waiting for?
God, I love this game. The fighting is just top notch.
Hello?
Here.
Save your strength.
My lord.
Let's see how many people come in tonight.
Why did the Ronin attack?
It is Friday
I don't
after
know.
all, so.
They forced the men here to go with them. They took my husband, Oda.
Do you know where they went?
They talked about going to a gorge in the north. Please, save my Oda.
She must mean Hollow Gorge. Thieves use it for smuggling and selling slaves.
Bro, she wildin'. She wildin' her. She wildin'. That deep, bro. Oh, this is a Mongol base. Isn't it? Oh, it's not. This is a regular village. I'm dumb.
Heard the Mongols are taking blacksmiths into their camps and forcing them to make weapons.
Okay, so the other way out is not.
But more than that, it's cruel. I used to visit that shrine every full moon before they came. When I was younger,
How the fuck I get out of here? Jesus Christ.
The shrine has been desecrated. Who would do this? Completely destroyed. This took time and effort. Slain and left to rot. Utter contempt for these sacred messengers.
I think that was one to explore.
Effaced.
I'm just so eager
No doubt
just
this was purposeful.
to get the freaking game moving, you know? I'm trying to beat it already.
What happened here was an act of hate.
Do you know who did this?
Mongols. They must be responsible.
It's so hard to see the fox in the rain.
There must be more.
Come and fight!
They just spawned, bro. They just spawned. They literally just spawned. The fact that you can lose it from a dog biting you sucks. It really sucks. Here you go. Take me to the camp.
They've killed so many, destroyed what is sacred.
What's up, Kev? How you doing? I want this. Hold on. Ah, you bitch. Okay, how did I fuck that up? I don't know. I'm doing good. I'm doing great. I'm chilling. Just trying to beat this fucking game already. I've been procrastinating.
That's the last of them.
So I'm just gonna stream as
No longer harm you.
as long as I beat it. As long as we beat it.
May the slain find peace.
I've been playing this game for far too long now. We need to finish it already. How's your Friday? What you doing? Search for the Ronin camp by the gorge. And everything else. Speak with the lady. Lady Sanjo. Friday going well, just making dinner. What you making? What you cooking up right now? What you about to feast on? What are you about to grub up?
See what I can make for you, my lord. I'm sorry. I need more.
What dick, bro? I need to kill my animals in the game to get more equipment. I do.
You have my thanks.
I got more stuff than you do.
Until
That's
we
crazy.
meet, my lord.
Welcome.
You want to share a drink with me?
Not really. I'm just being polite. But I do want your help. A map was stolen from me. I need it back. Kenji speaks very highly of
I
your
won't
skill.
commit crimes for you, Lady Sanjo, even if Kenji is a friend of yours.
So we're clear. The map marks the locations where food is stored. This is how I feed Toyotama's people.
So you need me to find the thief.
Oh, I know where he is. Hiding in a gambler's den by the Three Paths Well. I just need you to retrieve the map.
I'll see what I can do. But if you're lying to me...
Lord Sakai, I am nothing if not honest. Just ask the last man who questioned my sincerity. You'll find his head covered in flies out back. Be careful. Many people know the thief who took the map, and the lengths I'll go to get it back.
Travel to the Three Paths Well. There's another duel. I didn't even see that before. Potato bacon soup and garlic bread. Wife is at work tonight, so it's just a quick dinner for me. That sounds fucking proteiny, healthy, starchy, fibery. No, that sounds pretty good. I'm not a big fan of potato, like mash, but that's just me. Not a big fan of like mashed potatoes, but I'm just assuming you are making potato bacon soup, which I never heard of. So, never heard of that dish in my life. It sounds good though. appreciate that. Otherwise, I want to put more just of those.
This is the three-path swell.
You
Where's
should
the gambler's
send.
den?
You should send a picture to my Discord for food, or in the food channel. Look for the gamblers den. Assume that's around here. I want to see what it looks like. Gamblers den.
Couldn't do this without you both.
Let's go, son.
I would have, but I already started. Oh. That sucks. Oh. Always next time. I want to do more cooking streams. So if you have any type of food recipes, definitely leave them in the Discord. I would love to know. Bloodlust is fantastic. I can't find his den. Can't seem to find it anywhere.
Let's see where this goes.
I found it.
Must be the gambler's den. Appears abandoned. Hello?
The map is mine. Go away.
I am Jin Sakai. Open up.
And I'm Amaterasu, god of the sun. No.
There has to be another way in. You must be Amaterasu. Where's the map?
Forgive me, my lord. I don't have it. Ronin put me up to this. Wanted me to lure you inside.
A trap.
They know Lady Sanjo sent you. They want to trade the map for money.
Samurai, come up. I have a deal for you.
Stay here.
Yes, my lord.
I hear you're looking for Lady Sancho's map. I might be willing to sell it for a price.
I don't bargain with thieves.
Maybe, but you'll run errands for them.
Give me the map now, or I'll take it from you.
And I heard you had no sense of humor. You're outnumbered. You want the map? Pay us.
I won't ask again.
Kill him!
Down, samurai! Stop his
The map must be on one of these three. Here it is.
God.
Go home.
Thank you, my lord.
Jesus.
Ryuzo said you're the greatest swordsman he ever met. I had to see for myself.
You'd be better off taking his word for it.
I've trained with the blade since I could walk. There's no one left to challenge me but you. Ryuzo's stories don't do you justice.
They never did.
Oh, I wasn't prepared for that one.
Ryuzo's stories don't do you justice.
They never did. You fought well, but we're finished.
Sakai's got the Mongols on. You know what? They offered us a job to kill.
Oh, you have 44k. That's insane. I guess I need to put more stuff then. I think now.
I hope it wasn't too much trouble.
Not to feed the people of toyotama. Which is what you do. Isn't that right, Lady Sanjo?
I told you. This is my home, and these are my people. They are starving. I can feed them, and so I will.
Then I'll leave you to it.
You don't even use a Pokemon game.
Thank you, Lord Sakai.
Start using a Pokemon game. It just keeps popping up. You're the one that asked for it. Use it. Abuse it. Do something. You need to stay on top of your game then. That's what this one. You need to stay on top of your shit. You was the one that asked and I said yes and you're not using it. Shut up. What were you gonna do? Search for Yuna near the Okutatu border. Otat. I think I'm butchering the name. This is Mongol territory?
Get away! I'm with you!
Fuck the thing. I don't care about that. Reaches dams hills. I push up at the wrong time? Yeah, sure. That'd be great. Fucking dog, bro. You're a dumb samurai. Always a good time to work out. I took a shower today. I don't want to get sweaty. Bitch. We can't let you finish the game too quickly. I still have like one more island to go to. I'm like nowhere near done. Still got a lot more to do. Fucking die, bro. Shit. Shut up. I'm too nasty with the blade. Of hidden blaze, throw 2 additional kunais. So now instead of I think 4 or 5, I have 7, 6, 8. I don't know. Okay, is there anything I can take? Oh! Let's go, it's liberated. 5 out of 17. That's a lot to go through, but we can definitely get that done by tonight. No doubt. We can definitely get that shit done by tonight. Backflip, imagine. He just started doing backflips and shit. I was going to stream watching Demon Slayer, but like I don't know if I will get DMCA, and I don't want to really have that on my conscience, so I just didn't do it. But I might, cause like fuck it, why not? You know? Is this another? Is this another Mongol territory? It is. Shut the fuck up. Bitch, I'm locked in. I'm locked in today, boy. Come at me. Fucking dog, bro. Bitch, caught him. I think he's dead. Yeah, he did. Can I go inside here? Yeah. This place is freaking huge. I'll recover the banners, defeat the Mongol, kill an enemy with a sticky bomb. I thought he was gonna stand on it. I said a sticky bomb, you dumb fuck. Got that out the way. So, what the fuck was it? Video games, bro? Get on the wall. Still killed you. Okay, now I gotta figure out how to go back inside. Inside. He is inside. Banner. I did everything. And I did not die. I did die. No, I didn't die actually. We liberated another village. Our people are free now. That's 8 or 9, I think. They're only at 80, that's actually not bad. Map is low-key big. That's what she said. Ha 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 ha.
Defeated our samurai. Outcome.
That's another clip. What's up, Joe? Hydrate. Hydrate. How you doing? How's your evening? Still going the wrong direction, like always. They should make him run faster as a skill. It's too deep. I can't do the legend. I need to sign in to PlayStation. And I don't remember that stuff. It's been years. What you up to, Joe? Very spooky, and I like it.
Jin.
Yuna.
Baby girl, Yuna.
Didn't expect to find you here.
I'd leave if I could.
Who did this?
A Mongol warlord, Altan. I heard stories coming out of Otsuna. He's terrorizing everyone, stealing food, medicine, slaughtering families. If anyone fights back or tries to run,
They get butchered. Like animals.
an old friend of mine runs the inn down the road. I can't leave her with them.
We'll find your friend. And put an end to this warlord.
The inn's this way.
Who's your friend?
Her name's Ichi. I've known her since I was a child. She taught me how to survive.
Have you seen her since the invasion?
No, I haven't seen her in years.
We should scout the inn.
We'll have the best view from over here.
That man might tell us what to expect inside.
Better talk to him before they come back.
A samurai. What do you want?
We've come to help.
You shouldn't be here. If they see me...
We're looking for Ichi. She runs this inn.
Have you seen her?
God, help!
We're not doing nothing, bro. I just have to kill a civilian, my guy. The bloodlust needs to last longer than 3 hits. But that's just way too short.
Ichi, you're alive.
Why are you here?
We came to save you.
You've killed me, Yuna. I was keeping the invaders drunk and distracted. But when Altan hears about this, about what you've done,
You were working with the Mongols.
to survive.
You should have fought back.
And you should have run away, like you always do.
She risked her life to save you.
Do yourself a favor, my lord. Keep away from that one.
Ichi, we can protect you from Altan. Just tell me where to find him.
No one knows where he is. Not even his men. But if you really want his attention,
Tell me.
find his most valued allies. The Japanese slavers who do his bidding. Make an example of them. And Altan will find you.
Who are these slavers?
Ask Yuna. She'll remember.
I don't know what happened between you in the past. But she only wants to help.
Yuna had her chance.
Stubborn woman.
What did she tell you?
Not enough.
Stubborn as hell.
If we want to draw Altan out of hiding, we have to earn his attention.
The ghost can manage that. Where do we start?
We hurt Altan's closest allies, Japanese slavers.
The Mamushi brothers.
Ichi said you know them.
I bet she did. Those 3 bastards run a farm near the river.
When you're ready, meet me there. We'll do this together.
I will. Thank you, Jin.
Oh.
Let's go, Sora.
You made it.
Looks like a fortress.
The Mamushi brothers don't want anyone to see what goes on behind those walls. They're running a slave camp.
You've been inside.
Taka and I are the only ones who ever escaped.
When were you imprisoned here?
A lifetime ago. Taka and I were still children.
Do you remember what happened?
Every moment. Kichizo's beatings. The stink of Manzo's breath. And Taizo's filthy little hands.
If we kill them, we'll send a message to their master. Draw Altan out of hiding.
Let's go.
thinks about escaping.
Mamushi brothers were always cruel. Never like this.
Altan brings out the best in people.
Still going strong, baby. Just still going strong.
I can't do this.
PTSD. Oh my God, she's having flashbacks. She's traumatized.
I can't go back in there.
You don't have
Post-traumatic stress disorder.
Stay here. I will deliver your vengeance.
Make them suffer, Jin.
I see, Wolf.
For every
I
scar
still
they
would
gave
do
us.
that, but I'm just a
For every head they
children.
collected. From the tired workers who just asked for more
You
water.
are replying to him so late. He's not going to reply.
Suffer for me.
He's not even in here, I think.
Pay their cruelty and take their heads.
That won't be enough. Not after Altan pushed them to this.
Ah.
I will kill them where they sleep, without
How
being
was the
seen.
dishes? Was it fun?
Show Altan that no one is beyond the reach of the ghost.
The Mongols won't sleep for a week.
There was a lot.
Do it.
I've been slacking. I see that. I
Jin.
see that. I see.
If it goes wrong in there, don't let them take
Too much streaming and eating, not much cleaning. That's basically a streamer's life. You stream all day, every day, long hours. You barely eat, you barely sleep, and you don't make food. You get food from DoorDash. Wait, don't be seen. Don't kill the guards. Kill contact. What? I don't know what the fuck those are. All the guards are the ones that are just walking around. How do I know? Who do I know who's who? They're all just regular guards. Oh, that was so clean. I'm too smooth with it, man. I think he's the one that got killed.
With the Mongol forces, we could overtake the main roads, dominate the trade routes.
Head for your cruelty.
That's one.
Two brothers to go.
That was so close. Could have gotten seen.
You wait.
We're going so low. You stupid freaking trees, man. They won't let you pass through them. I go this way. Can't see anything. Shut up. I didn't mean to drop. I know where you go. Shut up.
You deserve worse. Now for your head. One brother left.
Don't harm me! Please! I won't tell anyone!
You're safe here until I deal with your captors.
Ой! Өнөөгч чи харлаа! Энэ үхчихээ! Тэр байгаа юу? Уцаа дээрж мэдэн сэрэмжтэй бай. Дараа мулчих чадахгүй.
I killed that one. I killed the one that wasn't here. Yeah, I'm trying to find another one. Yep. Where's the other dude? I need to kill him. He has to be somewhere. Everybody else is guards, and he would have been inside the house too. Oh. How did I fail? Where's the other dude at? the last guy, bro. The last person. I took his head though, so
That's the last. Now to get back to Yuna without being seen.
Is it done?
They'll never take another slave.
Tell me they suffered.
Not as much as they deserved. But all of Otsuna will know what became of them.
All the horrible things they did. For years. And I knew. They never did anything.
We can do something now. It's time we sent Altan a message.
Written in blood and covered in flies.
Let's draw the Mongols out. Send our message.
I want to watch.
We'll hide in the tall grass.
I'll get their attention.
one scream, that's it.
Look at them. Running like scared dogs.
Altan will hear of this.
It won't be enough. All the slaves in that bond came from one man. The Black Wolf.
Then we'll hunt him down and bury another one of Altan's friends.
I'll find the Black Wolf along the coast, near his old hunting grounds. Look for me there.
This took so long that I got nighttime. I don't know why that took me so long to process. I'm chilling. Just trying to beat this game. Just trying to get this shit over with already. Am I not here yet? Wait, what the? What? I passed her? I'm feeling good. No complaints. I'm just chilling. Relaxing. I want to beat this game so I can start a new game.
What is it?
After this, we are going to beat Mafia.
The Black
2.
Wolf enslaves children.
This game is just fucking long.
Then he sells them to the Mamushi brothers.
How's your Friday going?
His camp's down this path, but it's crawling with Mongol guards.
Then they will die with him.
I need to be the one to kill the Black Wolf. I had a chance a long time ago, but I couldn't.
I can help you. We'll attack head on. We know we're coming.
Are you streaming again today?
I want him to feel helpless, paralyzed.
He will. And by the time we're finished,
It's
feel
going pretty good. Taking a lunch break from streaming bonus. Oh, nice, alright. What you eating? I tap you up on my phone.
This way.
What you snacking on? Everybody seems to be busy or at work still, or coming home
Sees us, he'll warn the others.
from work. Either the three. I'm surprised not a lot of people are currently streaming right now. But it's Friday, so you know, people are usually mostly outside. Kill the Mongol. What the fuck is the Mongol? I'm blind, bro. Oh, I did not see that. There's only one.
Let's go.
Is there more? What you eating?
You know this place well.
Nagana came here after we left Yarikawa. I thought it was
I want some food myself.
I was wrong.
Just not doing nothing and just charging them. It's even better, dude. That was easy. That was quick and easy, baby. Just like I like it. Quick and easy.
The coward likely fled.
He can't get away.
Wait, that Mongol ship offshore. He may be inside.
You gotta swim to the boat?
We can use that rowboat. Quickly.
What is she getting me into, bro?
Where is he?
I see. I see, you see. I'm throwing chimes. I'm a fucking idiot. I just lost all my blood loss. That's great. I love this game. Stop him right in the back. Which is not like a samurai to do, but it's a video game, so I can do whatever the hell I want.
Children, no,
You've done it for 20 years! You held me and Taka captive, sold us to the Mamushi slave farm.
Taka. He was my favorite. But the way I remember it, you brought him to me.
I didn't know.
Yuna, he's yours.
There was no hesitation in that. She's like, bet.
Are you alright?
Let's get off this boat.
That's some trauma right there.
Altan will see this and know we're coming. He'll be forced to act.
Jin. What the Black Wolf said was the truth.
What do you mean?
I met him when he came to Otsuna. He offered me food and a place to stay. I asked if I could bring my brother. He got drunk. And then... Taka doesn't remember. But I do. I was frozen. I could have killed him. Saved Taka. But I was too scared.
It's not your fault. Because of you, he'll never hurt another child.
I need some time. I'm going back to the inn.
I'll see you there.
I look so good in the ring. Jeez. I'm in a 5-shot with him. It's the right way. Oh, I thought that was something. No, it's just tree. What the fucking
What happened?
Altan got a message. This was his answer. He said to meet him at a camp near the Kushi border.
You'll pay for this. We will bring him to justice.
You've brought nothing but death.
It is our duty to exact revenge. We'll take it from Altan or die trying.
That's the duty of a samurai. Yuna's just a thief. And thieves have no honor.
We'll make this right. I swear.
Your promises are just like you. Worthless.
Let's get the horses.
She killed her.
This is it.
Be careful. We don't know how many men Altan brought with him.
But where the bastard's hiding?
Altan! I can cut down your men all day!
Jin, someone's coming. It's him!
Altan.
With another pack of dogs.
face judgment for your crimes.
You cannot judge me. You murdered your own people.
The Mamushi brothers and the Black Wolf are traitors.
Is that your excuse? Your reason to become the ghost and kill? No wonder the Straw Hat Ryuzo turned on you.
Enough! It's time to finish this.
Despise others for doing the same. I kill in service of the great peace.
You killed that time. But our people know what you did to the others. Now they're afraid the ghost will come for them next.
Good people have nothing to fear from me.
What do you believe, Ichi? Are we monsters?
I think you did what you had to. Goodbye, Yuna.
Don't let what Ichi said bother you.
I don't want our own people afraid of me.
You can't expect everyone to understand what you're doing, or why.
No. But I wonder if I've crossed the line.
If we have, we are on the right side of it.
Fox. The right side is the only side that won the war, basically. That's how I see it. If you won, then you're right. If you lose, then you're wrong.
Good team.
Nigga, that shit isn't what's the bubble fuck. Give myself a little bit of a start. Oh, I hear a deer. Oh shit. Oh.
That was amazing, my lord.
That drop wasn't.
Were you taken from the inn?
No, my lord. They passed this way but headed east.
Do you know where?
They mentioned some cliffs near the river.
I know that place. Take supplies from the camp and get to safety.
Yo, yo.
I've got you in my sights.
How are you doing? Oh, okay. I thought I would need to talk to him or something like that. That's not my horse! No, you're not my horse. Fuck away from me!
Those are the cliffs where the Ronin went.
Finally caught him! Watch his sword!
Watch your mom.
All dead. We should free the men.
That was easy.
We never stood a chance, my lord.
Yeah, I didn't even try.
You're safe now.
Thank you, my lord. These Ronin deserve death.
They killed innocent people at the inn.
I recognize some of them. They used to serve Clan Yarikawa.
Survivors of the rebellion. And still traitors to their own people.
There are more of us nearby. The Ronin took Hoa, Hyoi, and Oda.
Then Oda's alive. If any were killed here, tend to the bodies, and then go somewhere safe.
There's another one.
Oda is there somewhere.
My lord! My lord, please. You must hurry to the inn. My wife was wounded.
I spoke to her.
Is she?
Her final thoughts were of you.
Oh no. My poor sweet wife.
Her death was avenged. These Ronin will never hurt anyone again.
Thank you, my lord. I need to see her one last time and say goodbye.
Wait, is there more duels? I did 2 duels. Is there more? I had to find them with the undiscovered Question mark. Oh no, there's another one right here. Another one. I did 2. That's 3, 4. All right, let me go here real quick. Dora. Oh, the fuck we get around there? Oh, we probably can't even go there yet. I don't even know. I think that is Mongol territory, and I don't think I can. You know what? Fuck it. We gotta try it. I don't care. Let's see what happens. Alright, I'm 200 level. I got it. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. So I can't go over there yet. Alright, we got it. Sorry. Apologize. Why do I always lose my horse? I don't get it. I just need to get away from these guys.
You're doing good, Sora.
Jane, over here, quickly.
I'm Lord Kasai to you.
How long have you been here?
Too long.
Long enough.
You need some rest.
What I need is justice for my family's murder. I'll be one step closer once I catch the snake named Omura.
One of the conspirators on the list.
He supplied the weapons that butchered my family.
And we will find him and make him talk.
We need to get out of the open. This way. Omura's rumored to be traveling to Umugi. I just don't know it, so I've been camping out, waiting. We can keep watch from here.
Do you know what Omura looks like?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen him in 20 years.
You knew him.
He supplied our clan, but he cheated us. Then tried to blame my husband for not paying him enough.
Was he right?
Of course not. Now please, watch the road. And get comfortable. We might be here a while.
Masako, there. Men on the walkway.
They look just like him. Exactly like Omura 20 years ago.
They must be his sons.
Were they both involved?
I'm taking the canyon. There are people I need to speak with.
People you need to boast to.
Excuse me?
Never mind. I'll see you in Umugi.
They're splitting up.
Let's follow them. See what we can learn.
I'll take the left. You take the right. The canyon is narrow. Stay high to avoid being seen.
Don't you love tailing missions? They can go on for hours and they can be such a drag.
But when I'm rich, no doubt he'll help me spend the money. Feet are all wet. These roads are awful. I've avenged our family. Old Adachi. He's glad too. Kipe says what I did is shameful. But he doesn't remember what Adachi did to us. To you.
Nothing too far.
I was very close. I almost fucked that up. I thought I had to keep going.
Why wouldn't he be? Kipe doesn't know what he's talking about.
Can I finish my fucking climb, bro?
Rich, he's put in some roads.
It makes so much fucking noise. This is some Assassin's Creed shit right here, bro.
Ages ago. I'm calling my brother. No need, I'm leaving.
This is some Assassin's Creed type gameplay right here.
This is Umugi.
I should find Masuko.
Jin, over here.
The one I followed was involved. He spoke of revenge against Clan Adichie.
Then what are we waiting for?
He's on his way to meet the man who hired him.
The man who ordered my family murdered.
Let's get closer. Hear what they're saying.
This way.
I want out. You're just getting cold feet. It's not right. What Adachi did to father isn't right. Our family ending up in the street. Father's drinking.
He stole from Adachi, and father was always drunk.
Listen, we pull this off, and you can use the money to escape. Take your family and leave the Mongols behind.
Let's get this over with.
They're leaving.
Let's follow.
Keep low or they might see us.
So he will be at the beach?
That's where I told him to meet us. Quick. Getting out.
I don't know how you sleep after that job. There were children.
I didn't kill them. I just provided the weapons.
I heard Lady Masuko survived.
That old lady, what's the worst she can do?
I should gut him where he stands.
Not yet.
They'll see you.
You said he was coming alone.
I'm sure these men are just for show. He is a lord, after all.
These fools are walking into a trap.
Let's wait. See what happens.
Something's not right.
Let me do the talking. I hope we haven't kept you waiting.
Which one of you is Omura?
That would be me. You have the payment?
We do.
No! Omada's mine!
He's dead. Can't let this happen to us.
They killed him. That's crazy. You are to meet a man named Omara in Omega Cove. He means to blackmail me, kill me. I am moving funds from Kushi and will pay you upon successful
He might still
completion.
I'll check the bands. See if they're holding anything.
This note bears the same clan emblem that was on the list from the inn.
This was a setup. Whoever killed your family lured Omura here to silence him.
The coward is covering his tracks.
Judging by this note, it's clear he's desperate for money.
He must not lead a wealthy clan.
Or he has no clan at all.
You think my family's killer isn't a samurai?
Maybe he wants to become one. Start his own clan.
And he's scavenging the corpse of Clan Adachi to fund it. Few people have the ambition for such a plot. I can use this. Narrow my search.
First, get some rest. This hunt is killing you.
Until I find the man responsible, there is no rest. I still have work to do in Kushi. Find me when you can.
There's another duel. Why do you have to be so far, bro? Couldn't even jump over the damn tree. Buddy. There's something here.
Let's go, son.
It's a fox then. Nope, no. Did we make it? Is this it? I'll use the bathroom, maybe back.
You're a bigger fool than I thought. Jin, a word, please.
Masako, what's wrong?
A man named Kajiwara recruited the men who killed my family. His name is on the list. He lives in this prefecture. That monk knows where, but he won't tell me.
Junshin means well. I'll talk to him.
Yesterday I saw...
Junshin, it's good to see you.
And you, Lord Sakai.
Lady Masako and I are looking for Kajiwara. You know where he is.
She accused him of terrible things. I fear for his life if she finds him.
Masako has good reason to believe he recruited the men who killed her family.
He would never do that. He is a humble fisherman, a loving husband and father. I think she is blinded by rage.
Junshin, I need to talk to him.
As long as it is just talking. Take the road from here to the coast. Kajiwara's hut is on the beach.
Well?
We'll take the road to the coast.
That wasn't that hard. You couldn't just tell her that?
Monk.
Peace be with you, Lady Masako.
I can't imagine what you said to Junshin that I didn't. He doesn't even try to hear me. It's like talking to a stone.
I think he's afraid of you.
Afraid? Why?
You can be intimidating.
In our world, that is not a bad thing. We're hunting a cruel and vicious man. He was a retainer for our clan. Dependable and skilled, but quick to anger. We excused his behavior until the day I caught him beating his wife and daughter.
The coward, hurting his own family.
I dismissed him immediately. I offered his wife and daughter refuge in our house. Within a day, they'd gone back to him.
It's not always easy, especially when you think they'll change.
This path should take us to the beach.
That's fine.
We'll leave the horses to avoid being seen.
We should approach with caution. I don't want to put Kajiwara's family at risk. That must be Kajiwara's fishing hut. The Mongols found it.
They may have already killed him and his family.
There's a chance they're still alive. Let's go.
Four, five? Oh, you came back right on time. Oh, that was close.
Let's check the house for Kajiwara and his family. New rolls of cloth.
Not cloth, silk. More than a humble fisherman could afford.
This blade is covered in blood.
It doesn't look like a Mongol weapon.
It's a fisherman's tool. This must be Kajiwara's wife and daughter.
I always feared this would be their fate.
Maybe the Mongols killed them?
Then where is Kajiwara's body?
Masako, footprints. Leading away from the hut. What if Kajiwara survived?
Ran like a coward.
Let's follow the footprints.
Kajiwara!
Lady Masako! The Mongols attacked my wife and daughter!
Quiet, snake! We know you killed them.
Out of love. Better me than the Mongols. It's what they wanted.
You sick...
Jin! You recruited the assassins who killed my family! Who hired you? Tell me, and I will end you lovingly, like you did your wife and daughter.
All I know is, he understood.
Understood what?
How it feels to be ruined by you. How I was driven to poverty. The toll it took on my family.
I couldn't stand to hear another word.
Everything you said was a lie.
Except about being ruined by me. I know Sadao felt the same way.
The conspirators are bonded by hate. The attack on your clan was personal.
Organized by a rival samurai with a deep grudge. But I can't think of who.
You'll find him.
Horsey.
You're doing good, Sora.
TG, what's good, bro? How you been? It's been a minute. What you been up to? I'm assuming you've been busy working. Bro, she's in the... Not too bad, just got off work. How are you? I'm doing good. My day's been okay. I thought I was supposed to go somewhere with my friends today, but I got today and Saturday mixed up, so yeah. Now we're just streaming until we beat, not the whole game, because I still have a whole another island to do, so I don't know about that part. As far as we can get. How was work though? Was work good? Can't even see what's happening. It is not so like at all. Ooh. You just can switch to different stances and stuff. You have different skills, like Like, for example, you can throw wind chimes, you can throw black powder bombs, you have a bow. Oh, where? This game is actually very fun to play, and you should definitely try it out. You will not be disappointed at all. Where's the lady? Oh, right here. I'm blind. I didn't see her. Work was good, just boring. Grew up wanting a easy office job, and now that I have it, it's so boring. I can just imagine that. I'm going to work.
For much longer.
It's just a real job, 9 to 5, but I'm going to like it. No, this shit bores the hell out of me. I am sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. But since you are now home and relax, what do you got planned for yourself now that you are home? I am going the right way, right?
I need information, not apologies.
Perhaps a farmer.
Yeah, it's so bland. I made some spaghetti. Now I'm just chilling. What type of spaghetti? Just pasta with meat sauce, or was it something different?
Lord Sakai. I worried about him.
I only been streaming for 4 hours, and it's gonna be 9 o'clock.
Lady Masako is looking for someone.
So that's great.
She's angry I couldn't help.
Like you helped
Also, I didn't tell you, but I also gifted the community 5 subs as well. So I don't know who those 5 subs went to. So
do not know who she's after.
yeah,
nothing to fear.
Yeah, just me or so.
Thank you, Lord Sakai. And also for
When this next Twitch check comes in, I'm going to
be well.
gift back to you guys. I hope they do too, but who knows? Who knows? It's the internet, you know, so anything can happen.
Left over the bridge, escorted by armed men.
Thank you. That will be
Anything could happen. I don't expect anything. I just do what I like to do.
A thief.
And if people like it, they like it.
Handle it myself.
The farmer said they left with armed men.
Mercenaries.
Professional killers.
They could
But
complicate things.
the next game that I do want to play is on my birthday, which is Silent Hill F. I can't wait to play that. It looks fantastic. I seen Max Millium Dude play it for a slight bit, and I really want that game. Really want it. Looks fucking sick. Yeah, I feel like switching followed channels to show who. So. That'd be cool. That would be cool. I think that they tell you through your notifications, but I don't think people really pay attention to that stuff. So.
Who is this thief?
He looted Clan Adachi's estate after the attack. Stole valuable heirlooms, personal items. What Makes it worse is that Mai was our former servant. 3 years ago, my husband caught her stealing. He wanted to have her
Plus,
caught. I did what I could for her.
most
But
people
It almost sounds like you missed
like
her.
just
She was a
lurk,
dear friend.
so you really don't know who. You really don't know, you know. There's the like chatters. There's the lurkers.
There she is.
You know, so.
Let's move in quietly.
Ooh, that lag was crazy. I agree. I swear people don't see it, and when you look at your subs gift, subs are separate. Yes, they are.
It's gold.
Yes, they are.
Pearl inlay. That was a gift.
Like one person rated me, and nobody like stayed or like chatted. They just all left. I'm like, okay, this is why I say raids don't really do anything. They don't really help because people are going to leave mostly, you know. So like, is it really doing anything? It does, but is it really? You know, because most people don't really like to stay after their streamer is done with their stream. You know.
Let's go.
Press the wrong button like a fucking idiot. Oh, they don't see me because I just blew the whistle.
Let us stop wasting time.
They don't see me. Awesome. That was very close. I thought I messed up there. Really did.
He's distracted.
I'll take him.
Wait, am I supposed to kill him? Follow mine to the stolen heirloom to defeat the Ronin without being. Have you seen the new Demon Slayer movie?
You'll give us away.
I thought I was supposed to kill them. Oh, whatever. Did you watch the new Demon Slayer movie? No, I wanted the I recently read the manga because I couldn't read. Okay. I just need to watch season 3 and season 4 to watch the new movie. So I gotta take care of that. I was going to watch it, like stream it, but I'm not too sure about that. I want to. I don't know if I'm gonna get like a copyright strike and stuff. I'm kind of on the fence for that one. Now you get to see what the game really is. God, I love the bloodlust in this game. Dude, I'm telling you, you need to play this game. You will not be disappointed at all. It's just crazy fun. Oh,
I need to speak with Mai.
I'm here if you need me.
I started watching it when it first drop, and then like I kind of got bored of it, and then I finished season
My husband wanted you flogged.
2,
He knew.
and then now I need to watch season 3 and 4 to watch the movie.
Were a thief. I still love you. Then tell me who you serve. He killed my family. And he'll kill me.
Are they really that good? Because I thought that they just talk a lot. I thought that they just talk and train
The
and
man you work for is a samurai.
I don't know his name.
goof around and shit.
Never saw his face.
This is very
We
pretty.
communicated only through notes.
This is so high quality, it's crazy.
How? I don't know. He said he knew what it was like to love you. That he understood my pain.
I want to try it because I've seen other streamers do it and I want to do it too.
Then some they get broken.
He's eager to sell them.
Their value is purely sentimental. He won't get the money he seeks.
Then perhaps he has no intention of selling. It's possible they're personal to him too.
He was possessive in his notes. Spoke as if they were his.
The heirlooms belong to no one but my family. I am the only one who remains.
Your heirlooms are in the brush.
Jin, will you gather them? I need to say goodbye.
Well, boy, it's kind of... Okay.
You were going to say those
I'm sure. I'm gonna see if I can watch it just on stream. Maybe tonight, I don't know. Adadashi family flute.
Thank you.
Where's Mai?
She's gone home.
She just vanished out of thin air, bro.
Jin, I want you to know.
My views
You don't owe me an explanation.
today been garbage.
I cared for my husband.
My views hasn't even reached 5 today. It's been like 3.
You still do.
Nobody stayed in. People came and talked, but nobody really stayed. That's the hard part. Is how can you make people stay?
No admirers.
He could have been lying, feigning sympathy to gather recruits.
I just don't know who would do that.
We'll keep searching. It's only a matter of time.
When that time comes, we'll make him pay.
Like basically one of my goals is to get a decent just amount of views and raid a big streamer that I generally like to watch. You know, and maybe I can get in their circle. You know, maybe I can get connections in the big world. You know, I need to grow first. You know. It surely is. It surely is. Everybody is watching you just chatting, that's why.
Please stop! Where is Junchin?
What's going
Masuko,
on?
what are you doing?
Helping this monk find his tongue.
Masuko, let me handle this.
Fine.
Everybody's
You can't make
watching
him talk. I'm
just chatting and shit. Which is don't get me wrong, I love just chatting content. I love it. But I was like, bro, y'all taking everybody.
Red Leaf Temple.
Like, damn, y'all just taking all the eyes.
We will find him.
But like everybody say, people like drama, so they are going to watch drama. People like to see things go down, so they are gonna watch people do that instead of watching people play video games for however long.
He's been saving refugees, and his name was not on the list we found.
Someone left him a note at the temple. It's identical to the ones the conspirators carried. Junshin was promised supplies for his relief camps. In return, he was to provide information on my whereabouts.
Oh, I don't think you joined the Discord.
He had contact with the person who killed my family.
We will get to the bottom of this by talking to Junshin.
You have my word.
He was last seen at Red Leaf Temple.
Like, personally, I like just chatting because you give more time to your community, right? But like, how can
let's go.
Wait for me.
I give time every time, but it's like people don't stay, so it's like, well, why play games if people aren't really going to like watch?
We agreed to talk.
So you might as well just do just chatting.
You will not kill Junshin until we're certain of his guilt.
Walk around town, make food, go out with the friends, instead of just staying home 24/7 playing video games when people barely watch. Oh, that's a scream. That was a man scream too. That shit was guttural.
Enough!
I should have not just ran up to him because I could have saved his life. He did not have to die. I could have saved him, but I just ran up to him. So that's kind of my fault. I would take that responsibility. And I would say that I did fuck up. 100% like looking at my following channels. Most people with thousands aren't just shutting it down. Yep. I agree with that.
The temple is close.
I agree with that, I agree with that, I agree with that. Especially most people that watch Twitch are like, I'll say they are mid to like 18. I would say like 18 to 17 to like plus 30s, so like 34. So like, so I would say like 18 to like 30 plus, and I feel like that's the cap right there. It's like teenage to like young 30s.
Just get that monk.
Can I climb up? I probably no. I cannot. You're in. Wait, you're inside, right? How the fuck do I get inside? They can definitely hear me though. Like these shits are loud enough that they can hear me.
Reinforcements.
Masako!
Stand aside, Jin. You betrayed my family.
Run! If we fight, Mongols win.
They already won.
Oh, come on. We don't need to do this. I'm about to kill the shit out of her, bro.
You were my friend.
Give me the monk.
No.
We were friends. Why are you doing all this for? We get it. They killed your family, but like, damn.
You are defending a murderer!
We agreed to talk to him.
Talking never works!
You promised me.
My promise is to my family!
You hear them coming? They are the enemy.
Oh yes, it is. It is like TV. It is like TV. I agree with that. We just had a fight. Okay, no one died. I can't see shit, bro. I'm blind. You're just burning your own teammates, bro. But I don't care. They're not my team.
You gave me your word.
When I looked at Junshin, all I saw were my dead grandchildren. their faces after being cut down, and you were protecting him.
So you tried to kill me? Have you lost your mind?
I have lost everything!
No. You've sacrificed everything. For revenge.
And what do you feel when you think of Yuzo?
We can't let anger consume us. Or blind us to our friends.
You still trust me?
Junshin won't get far. We can track him down. Masako. Don't ever try to kill me again.
I won't. I promise.
Cause I cut your throat! I didn't want to fight her in the first place.
Junshin went this way.
Yeah, he dead, bro.
Looks like he ran into the woods. When we find Junshin, perhaps I should speak with him first.
So you don't trust me?
It doesn't matter. Junshin won't. And we need him to talk.
Fair point. But remember, Jin, he only needs his tongue to talk. There he is.
Please, don't kill me.
Who offered you supplies in exchange for information about Masako?
She called herself Lady Hana.
Liar!
Masako, wait. Who's Lady Hana?
My sister. She was massacred with the rest of my family.
She visited me 2 nights ago, wore a crimson kimono with a golden sash. I remember. She smelled of chrysanthemum.
No. No.
I never told her anything about you. I swear it.
Leave us.
My sister's alive. She murdered the children.
Why would she want to destroy your clan?
I don't know. But I am going to find her.
You don't have to do it alone.
Meet me in Kamiagata.
Got some lord dump. That pose goes hard.
Wouldn't trade you for anything.
Um. Well, I guess I have to look for her. Forgot what you said where to meet her at. Let's do this Mongol turret. No, we can't do. That shit's so. It's also further. I'd rather do all the question while we have kill. We did all of these over here. This This is a new one. Well, defeat the Mongols, reclaim the stolen iron, eliminate the Warcan general, recover Shishim's banners, release the Falcons and Bonnet, damage enemies with a black power bomb.
Looking for me?
I did not mean to press the fucking button! That's not the button I meant to press. I'm like, that's not everybody, bro. What's this dumbass doing? Oh, he's stupid. You just squat me? That's crazy. Isn't there an opening right here? Stupid. I miss. I hate myself. Damn, these guys are dumb. These people are bad at their job. I thought I could. Okay, that was freaking terrible. Whatever. stupid. That's a clip right there. Yeah, clip. Pretty good. What's up, I got? Yeah, I got it. Liberate New Mata settlement.
That's my sword. Someday we'll go for a peaceful ride.
Another Mongol territory. I keep hitting Mongol territories like crazy. I was literally pressing RB, but whatever, bro. Is this also Mongol territory too? I haven't done the main story at all. That's not my fucking book. Oh, that was that. Okay. They're right next to it. Easy, baby. Let's go Sora. Alright, what are we doing next? What are we doing next? Only for it. Yeah, let's do that one. Hello, welcome in. How are you? Thank you for the lurk, if you are lurking. Can't see anything. Oh, that is the question mark. Got it. So there was one like next to it or something. Oh, everyone's so eager to fucking leave, bro. Just, you know.
You'll be free soon.
They killed my whole family, my lord.
I'm so sorry. Where did it happen?
The crossroads. They stop everyone. If you're too weak to be their slave, they kill you.
Go and mourn your family. Leave the marbles to me.
Jesus Christ. do I always get myself stuck? Fuck. Oh. You bring your own team, you dumb fuck. Liberated. It's not liberated. Yeah, we're not even on 10 digits, we're on 9. So what's over here?
Come.
Is it only do die? I don't know how to play this guy. There you go. I don't know. I find my fox friend. I lost him somewhere. I ain't going back. Let's do these. That's the Scarlet Rock Shrine. This would be better in the daytime. Literally can't see anything. Love doing this. I'm coming, hold on. I would like for it to get morning time. So we come back to this another time. Good. This is my plate?
It wasn't that soft. In the kitchen. Paper plate? I'll cover it up. Thank you.
Oh, where you been all day? Where you been all day?
You're doing good.
I'll go back to that shrine when it's morning time. The stream been dead all day, but I appreciate anybody who came through. I'm not doing a fucking haiku, but those shits are annoying and I hate doing it. Nope, still don't have it. The charm power 4. What's charm power? What the fuck? I'm gonna take a break. I've been streaming for 5 hours straight, about to be 6. To get charm power level 4, I'm definitely doing it. You're busy fighting a bear, leave me alone. Go fight the fucking bear, bro. Trying to find a... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, you can turn it off. Let's go like that. Didn't know you can do that. I lost a fox. Oh no, he's right there. Wait, what? this a Mongol? Alright, this is the last thing I'm gonna do. And then I'm gonna eat my food.
Side by side.
Motherfucking fuck, son.
Let's check.
Where are you taking me, Foxy? Another, that's another camp. Forest Edge Camp. Oh, I cannot pronounce that shit. This, oh, there's people up there too. Kill enemies undetected without focus hearing. fucking balls. Shut up, dog. Other side of the dungeon. I'm gonna call it here. I just took out another, I think, camp. That's 10. Probably play more when I come back after I'm eating, but right now I'm taking a break. I don't know if I don't know who's it.
I was sitting home and doing nothing, but now I'm an LVM.
Do you guys, are you familiar with the term diploma mills?
It's like a school that just gives away.
Is
that what you try?
Well, yeah, it's kind of, they exist still? I think a lot of those like kind of closed down out here. I mean, there's
University of Phoenix.
Yeah, they're kind of still around. Have you seen how bad it's getting in Canada?
No.
I mean, we've always been kind of bad here, but like it's interesting to see another country go through it because theirs are blowing up. There's thousands of them now, and they're just like in strip malls or like made out of like random little like closed down stores, and they just like bring they basically send scouts to India to just trick them into like coming to these schools to be like, oh yeah, you can come down to Canada and then we'll get you this degree and then you can get a job.
Oh, is it a student visa scam?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
So
what's the scam though?
So that, well, not a scam, but it's like a basically one of the ways how you can go to America or Canada is through getting a visa, right?
Yeah.
So then it's not like a legitimate reason. Like, I mean, you're not really being a student. It's like a pretend school.
Yeah.
So you're getting a real visa, but out of like nefarious ways, right?
Yeah.
You're not really a student.
So there, I guess like the stat is like recently there's like 50,000 or so international students came to Canada. I think maybe last year or something.
It was a crazy amount, yeah.
Yeah, and then so 20,000 of them just never went to the school.
Yeah.
They just never went.
Are the students, are they part of the scam or are they victims to it?
That's
part
the
of.
thing, is
I
like
think they're part of it.
At first, like you think, oh, they're part of the scam because they're just paying to go to the school and then come to America, or go to school and then just get a job.
Took it off.
Turns out a lot of them really aren't. They're actually like a lot of them are from like poorer like areas of India where they really their family family pulled all their money together to get this guy into the school, and they thought it was a real school, and then the diploma they got's worthless, and they can't even get a job.
Damn, that sucks.
And they're just like literally like homeless, or they're just like kind of just fucked.
So they thought they had a real like acceptance to a school.
Yeah, and then they did try to see like, oh, what, like how many of these students actually come to America, and they looked at the number, and it was like barely any like even try to come to U.S. They just stay in Canada.
Well, you know why? So I found out that, like, because I grew up thinking that Indians were super rich and super successful, right? But then the rest, like the UK, Canada, a lot of other countries, they're more like the working class there. And then it's because a lot of the Indians in California, they come from with the Genius Bill. So it's called like the H1 something bill. And that visa gets them in to tech companies, researching in universities. So if they're already like someone that's like, let's say like a good student in one of their Harvards or whatever in India or whatever, they can use that visa and come over and work for like Tesla or whatever.
Yeah.
So that's why a lot of the Indians in California are like well-to-do.
Yeah.
But then it's hard for other like just middle or lower class Indians to come to America.
Right.
So they go to Canada, they go to UK, they go to Europe or whatever.
Yeah. Here, I'll show you guys the video of like what these things actually look like. It's kind of, it's like sadly comedic because they look so fake, these like schools. But like a lot of the time when you're, you know, just a hopeful person trying to go to one of these, and of course there are still bad actors that they will use it as a scheme. But it turns out when they looked at the number of people that actually did, you know, get any kind of success from it, it's more often that they're just people that got duped. Because these they looked at the revenue from these schools, and it's so they're making so much money from like the poorest people basically. And it's probably their own people. Fucking yeah. So here's.
I don't know why Indians are getting so much hate in Canada now. It's because more Indians have come to Canada in the last 5 years than the last 100 combined. And they're all coming as international students. Great. They're all studying at schools that are legitimate. No. 94% are studying at community colleges and these diploma mills for certificates. Like Anderson College, that used to be a Walmart, and then they made it into some diploma mills. Or Candor College, which is literally connected to an Indian restaurant, has graduated over 45,000 Indian students. And also there's another college beside it, Stanford. Sunday our son is going to Stanford. No, not the one in California, the one in Brampton, or Togram College, where you go on Google Street View. It was literally a mechanic shop 1 year ago. What is this school? What are these schools? I'm genuinely asking. Why are you coming to these schools? Or Sunview College, which is connected to some bar. Places like Lamberton College, which is
crazy.
These poor people, God knows what that is. This is where the students were protesting because they failed all their classes. I don't know how dumb you have to be to fail classes at a diploma mill. I showed you like 5. There are 800. There are 800 of these just in Ontario. I don't know about the other provinces. I'm Toronto born and raised, and every brown kid I grew up with went to either U of T, York, or Ryerson. Alright? What the fuck is this? What are these schools? But the whole stereotype was, are you going to be a doctor, engineer, or lawyer? Now it's, are you going to be Uber Eats, DoorDash, or Lyft? India has some of the smartest people on the planet. I'm not even Indian. You know who taught me AP Calculus? A random Indian man on YouTube. We're not getting these geniuses, right? We're literally getting deep rural villagers. That's why they're studying at these fake schools. Because they would never qualify for permanent residence without a little scamming. Which is why the highest number of asylum seekers in Canada were international students from India. Illegal border crossings into the United States, only Indian international students. These dudes that are protesting in tents for PR when they went to these fake diploma mills, never seen before, only Indians. Have you ever seen job lineups for minimum wage that circle around the block? Millions, literally millions of villagers to compete with high school and college kids for jobs. That's why people are talking about pooping on beaches. Indians have been here forever. Never heard about pooping on beaches until now. Villagers. And you have these dudes dancing. Why are you dancing? And you constantly hear the exact same complaint. You know, sir?
He's actually violating.
We are paying more than the Canada student. Indian international student paying double. Well, no Canadians are going to these schools, right? These are just Indian international students going to schools that only take Indians. And anytime you call out any of their bullshit, oh, you hate us because you ain't us. You know, you're jealous of the Indian. Google see CEO went to Stanford and Palo Alto, alright? You went to the fake Stanford in Brampton. You're not the same.
Oh my god.
Brampton, Stanford.
Really bad though. That's
So it's not that the students are getting scammed. The students are part of the scam.
It's like
because they're getting they're loopholing into getting the visa. They're like going to a fake school to get the visa, knowing it's a fake school, right?
Yeah.
Some people.
Some of them.
And they stay over.
That's the thing is that like
some of them are just the country bumpkins that are getting scammed.
Previously, it was assumed that all of them do that. The way that like when I was in high school, we had some international students that were enrolled.
Yeah.
They never fucking came to school. For sure, they were just getting paid, or their parents were paying them just to be on the record, and then they just went fuck off and did something else.
Dude, there was a Chinese service of like people pretending to be the student. So you don't have to go, you don't have to be the student.
Yeah, for sure we do the same thing. It's just that I always assumed that 100% of them did this.
Yeah.
And then after watching these things and looking into them more, a lot of people just get looped into that because they think they just don't know better. And they think
so many visa scams. Like one big one I think they went hard on is the fake marriage scams too.
Oh yeah, and that is so annoying because we have to go through that, like the checks and balances because of those reasons.
They'll pay like some dude like I don't know, like 10 G's, 40 G's, whatever, to have like a fake marriage, and you go, it's like everyone's just trying to find their way to get into either Canada or the U.S.
Yeah.
That's why they might, like, they're questioning the whole birthright citizenship now, because the way that they exploit the birthright is there's literal homes of just beds, and then when women are right about to have a baby, they pay a service, and then they live at that house, and once the baby come out, boom, that baby got citizenship.
Taten.
That's Dustin. Yeah, I didn't know it was getting this bad in Canada. For I mean, I'm sure like there's been lots of stuff, but the stats and the visuals really hits pretty hard. You see all these like whack ass strip mall colleges. That's crazy.
They got fucking ice over their own ice, fucking throwing Indians in a van and shit.
Canada doesn't roll like that though.
Wow. There has been an upsurge in like that kind of social media for Canada.
Yeah, for
There's
sure.
just like Indians everywhere, and then honestly, I didn't know why or how real any of it was, but like when you see and hear this, it's like, oh shit, like that makes a lot of sense.
Is the guy Indian?
No, he said he wasn't.
He said
The
he's
guy who was talking to him.
Oh, he has a great Indian accent.
Maybe he's like Indian adjacent.
Like Bangladeshi or some shit.
Yeah. Or he's like Pakistani and they hate Indians. They fucking hate Indians, dude. I didn't even know this until I went to the UK.
Oh really? You didn't see like viral videos of those kids?
I think it's because of LA. Like we don't know, like the population. There's not that big of a population, but there it's like so clear. Like I don't know. One of my Uber drivers like, he's like, "Oh, I'm not Indian, by the way," and I'm like, "I know, like, your name's Mohammed, like." Yeah, but I just make a reference about Indians because that's the closest thing I know to Pakistan culture, like the food or whatever.
But it's always the closest that hate each other.
Yeah.
It's like Mexican, Salvadorans,
Korean and
Japanese, Korean. It's always like fucking Thai and Cambodian.
Yeah.
Like, this ain't Thai food, even though it looks exactly like Thai food. It tastes like Thai food. It's just better.
Just better.
I'm like, my food is literally Thai food, bro.
Where's this other? Oh, I was gonna show you this other one too. This one's pretty good as well. It's a quick one, but
they're gonna have some bomb ass Indian restaurants.
In Vegas? Downright international students, take a look at this. Ontario and BC are now cracking down on diploma mill schools that are printing fake degrees for luring students with promises of in-class instruction and guaranteed housing. Take a look at the revenue that international students are bringing into Canada right now. As domestic fees are starting to decline, these diploma mills are pumping up their revenue with international students. The problem is once these foreign students actually arrive, a lot of times there is no housing and in some cases not even a classroom, which has quietly led to Canada developing a reputation for exploiting these students. Take a look at how badly some of these students are treated when they actually get here. This student has been fired from 3 different jobs during a trial period with no pay, and he's running out of money to pay for food, rent, and activities. Others have no choice but to sleep on mattresses on a basement floor, and are even assaulted and deprived of sleep The government has admitted over 900,000 of these students last year, compared to only 225,000 in 2013. Meanwhile, many of these students are getting nothing more than a fake degree from a strip mall college. Has the government been turning a blind eye to this for way too long? Let me know what you guys think.
I always thought Canada was really strict with immigration too, because I remember someone that was traveling there got denied and sent back because he had a DUI, and I was like, what? A fucking DUI?
Well, that's Canada and Australia both have that 10-year law if you have any
crimes,
DUI or whatever. It's any kind of crime, yeah. Or I think felonies or because DUI is considered a felony in some countries.
I don't know.
That's crazy, man. Yeah, I thought it was really hard to get into Canada.
Yeah.
Dude, I got kicked out of Canada once because they found out I was there to work.
Oh.
Yeah, I got turned away at Nova Scotia.
It's hard to get in when you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, when you're doing well, I did what I wasn't. I didn't have a work.
I catch everyone on Monday or Sunday. No, most likely Monday. You watching anime? Peace.